everybody, welcome on in Ruben and one else who may be watching too. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, specifically The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Last time we started case 5 and got introduced to a pawnbrokery, which also works kind of like a bank, which is a very interesting idea. And now we are in pain as our favorite local neighborhood thief just got charged for murder. Just popping in for some spoiler reasons. Upstream goes well. Yep, of course, Artie. Don't feel free to hang on around because this game's wild. It is very, very wild, and you should go in as blind as possible. But thanks for stopping on by, and have a good day yourself, Artie. And a good stream when it comes for you. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it today. I think it's gonna be a great time. We're certainly not finishing the case today, but that's all right. We're just gonna go through this best we can, and it should be good. I don't have any other big announcements or anything other than Friday's gonna be kinda, I don't know, still figuring out what to do for Friday, but we'll see. Also welcome on in, Mystery. But I hope you all are looking forward to this, because I absolutely am. I've been waiting for this. Oh my goodness. Wait, hold on.
This is a certified Twitch chat secret.
First of all, thank you so much for the 22 months, coming up to 2 years, which is absolutely insane. But even then, 22 months is just amazing. Thank you so much for the support, Mystery. And also a certified Twitch chat secret, so true. Let me actually fix the TTS because I delayed it in order to make sure the bug wouldn't happen, but now that's been fixed, kind of, so we're okay. Nothing can beat lava secret. What's lava secret? Okay, we can officially shorten that. Yeah, let's do that. Nice. Okay, TTS should be a little faster now in the future. But yeah, I think without any further ado, let's get on into this. Also, I'll be enabling the Undertale Redeem, which I will update once I finish Chapter 4 for the first time. But until then, controller connect. There we go. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story Investigation, Part 4. April 6th, 1:26 p.m. Windibank's Pawnbrokery. Time for me to take half the stream getting back into doing the actions I was doing before. Here we are again at scene of the crime. Now let's thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship! Oh! I don't believe it! How the devil did you get a stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you! That is good work, that is! I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Ah, lovely. Let's see now. Yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigate scene of the crime then? Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windbank and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there's so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working round the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently. That is what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine! Then let us not waste any time. First of all, nothing can beat Lava Secret. I totally agree. Second of all, ma'am, that's called coffee. You know what, Mystery? I don't even think it's coffee. I think, that is just, I think it's placebo. He's drinking the tea, it's so mid, but his brain's just like, alright, time to activate coffee mode on this tea. Alright, we're not missing this one. Oh. There's an article letter here in Mr. Winterbank's notes and... Huh? What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us. It's just like coffee being placebo. Fair enough. I don't know. I've never had coffee. It feels like not a great thing to get hooked on. Although it also takes me 1 billion hours in the morning to get woken up fully, so maybe I can understand why people do drink it. These tried how effective IRCC at doing things teeth don't normally do. The magic elixir, it seems. 15th of February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposit, 1 gentleman's overcoat. Load amount paid, £1. Redemption deadlines, redemption deadline 15th of April, 10:30 p.m. Gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly, it is a very fine coat. In fact, I think. Yes, this must be a ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. I never expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seemed Mr. Windbank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand. But we have 2 then. So there's a second copy. No, that's at a different time. Aww. But this photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? Haven't we possibly seen this somewhere before? Oh yes, you're right, very recently. It's same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Yunosuke, it's been a week for me, but I remembered it, and it's been like a night for you, and you forgot how. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out! Oh, come on in, Reina. Enjoy your bread. Alright, let the cogs turn. Yes, they are exactly the same. I've got it. Those photographs had an amazing secret. Alright, give us your genuinely amazing deduction. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Alright. Fortunately, Iris doesn't have tea that improves short-term memory. Evidently not, and that is unfortunate. She should get on that. So it's about the 2 photographic prints, the one you found here on Mr. Windbank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. What's this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical pairs? They aren't identical, actually. There are some slight differences. I think the view of the gaze of the cat is a little different, and there's more footprints near the cat in the right photo than the left. If you look really closely at the base, and especially the left, right next to the cat's right foot, our left, you can see. How the hell I even noticed those is beyond me, but those are absolutely different. The bush is also a little different. Specifically where the second smaller paper poster is, the leaves to cover the right picture a little more. So it looks like these are two different photographs, but taken very close to each other. No, please, last minute that was gouging out people's eyes, keep his secret safe. Oh god, you're not wrong. Oh no. But you're good that you're supposed to remember something. Then that is a feedback loop of pure misery, Reina. Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. I knew it. They're not? Have another look at them now. Alright, are there any other differences? There's maybe a couple of other things, but those could be photo artifacts. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle, though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Oh, well, it's because they're set, you see. No, I actually don't. It's for photographs. It meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Oh yes, that's what Mr. Schulten showed us yesterday. You see, there it is, just over there. Oh my god, wait, the stereoscope. Oh my god, this was for the 3DS's 3D. Okay, now I need to play this game on the 3DS. Now I need to. By ending sequence of Judgment, do you mean like the whole thing at the hospital? Well, not hospital, but research area, because if so, I agree. That was one of my favorite finales of the Yakuza universe games. The mood was set so freaking well, and the final boss theme is peak. The final fight onward, yeah. It is so well done. See, there it is, just over there. Ah yes, of course, the magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. She's gonna mention being, like, cross-eyed, right? What, really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on the investigation. I, for one, simply have to know. Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just opened them and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What do you see with your left eye? And what do you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. Ah, my brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Ha, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view, is that right? Oh, well done, Susie, you're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints? Yes, Runa, you're beginning to understand. And stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that? Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can, really? Let's try it, see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Susada-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes, that's the main thing. Can you do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me and see if you can copy. Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruto? They look so derpy. There, how's that? Wonderful, now it's your turn, you know? The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. Start by looking at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. See two overlapping images like this? Right now, do you know? Just going to have to give it a try, I suppose. Something like that, I guess. The print splits into two images for you. Now the next step. You'd put the two prints side by side like this and then try crossing your eyes again. Yeah, I'm trying. I feel like I'm kind of getting it, but I just can't get a good view of it either. Pro tip, get a longer nose. Actually, that isn't entirely if you like try to focus on something a little closer, like sticking your finger out, that might help. The prints should slowly merge together until... they form a new single image in center. Oh yes! Miss Naruto, it works, I can see in the middle now. It looks so real. Oh, I could look at it all day. Can't do it that well within the screen. You need to have two images directly in front of your eyes. Yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. Alright, hold on. Let me lock in. Oh my god. I can almost do it, chat. I can almost do it. Oh my god, I'm getting so close to the screen and I'm like barely able to get something of mild clarity. Oh, I'm gonna wreck my eyes doing this. Oh, I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it, chat. But wow, with how close that be and how big they are. Oh my god, that is crazy. Oh my god, I'm really trying. It's probably easier in some other. They probably changed this a bit because they could just have it work on the 3DS, but oh my god. All right. I assume it's they don't. I don't know if they'll even do the eye crossing thing. At least they don't. They probably don't force you to. Oh my god. It's if I had a freaking face cam, this would probably be a lot more entertaining, but I really want this to work. Alright, I think I'll stop there. I got a kind of clear image of it for a little bit, and I'm proud of that. I'll take that. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Yeah, I did manage that. Like this is it. We need a cross-eyed PNG and expression in commemoration of this. Okay. I will make a note of that, Mystery, because that is a really funny idea. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. No more of that, otherwise I might make myself blind. There, you managed it. See, now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others, but that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you pressed this little knob here. Then set the pair of photographs in the stand at the back end. Okay. So it definitely would show up 3D here. I think they still tried to have you do it with the cross-eyed, but this makes it 3D on the 3DS, which is really funny. Still amazing, even though I know how it works now. But London seemed to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But these little machines are so affordable, surely they don't need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. I think so, in any case. Stereoscopic pictures, I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's acknowledged that I'll ever actually need. The second wide cat photograph has been entered into court record. This is the ticket that Gina bought in here yesterday. Yes, having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGilded 2 months earlier. Our coat potted one gentleman's overcoat, and the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat. Yes, for a small box deposit 2 days before the omnibus incident. Oh, that's right. Does that have anything to do with all of this? Look, this darker smear here appears to have been made by somebody's finger. Do you think it could be blood? Do you see any red marks as blood, Iris? That's a bit morbid, I think. But almost certainly blood, isn't it? 10 years old today. I mean, it could be. I still feel like my eyes haven't adapted to the increased frame rate of this game, but I'll get there eventually. The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here, look. Kazuma Asoki, that was his band, of course. He had his heart set on the study tour in Great Britain. Sure, he would have found the truth he longed for here, but he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. Has such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. These are the scales of justice. They're symbol of the defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. Scales are a symbol of fairness, show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. Loud and correct buzzer. And there are warnings to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But if they're a mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. Okay, still that. So maybe I didn't miss a shovel versus spade debate. By the way, is it just me or did I think this was on the floor the entire time before? Like on the prawn brokery, I didn't even see the green bit down here. I just thought that was laying on the ground. Oh, look here. Oh yes, a bullet hole, and I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Winbeck wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well. Mr. Jones likes practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's patriotic like that. No, you can say you got confidently that I'm not alone, as you only realize it's not in floor because I just said it. I'm so glad I wasn't alone. I'm so freaking glad. And I'm glad that we're both once again on the same page. Sean's like to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget that for now, you know. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? Oh no, wait. I think it's Kool-Aid. Oh, silly. Naruhodo. Don't you realize that Kool-Aid hasn't been invented yet? Oh, sorry. So then it really is blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar. When, for some inexplicable reason, when I said I still need to use higher frame rate, you thought for 2 seconds, wait, does crossing your eyes increase the frame rate? Do you remember that I had mod removed 30 FPS cap? I mean, my eyes, they are very tired after I crossed them to an extreme degree, so I don't think that's helping. So maybe it does if you cross your eyes hard enough. I may well be able to help with that. What? There's nothing like sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, you know? Ugh, I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. You should go cross that in Splatoon. You're sure the game will feel a lot faster. I think it would feel like I'm having a seizure if I did that. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it. You see, when it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. Do you need this? Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet, but as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Luminol? Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. but it would go faster. You're not wrong. I'd be too busy suffering to get hung up on the passage of time. Good. It works on principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical parts combine with blood and make the change color, so you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. We just need to get tons of different blood samples. And then Iris pulls out like a comically large needle, and she's like, "All right, you start first, you start first, Bruno." And then we faint. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great. So whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to in a flash. This is when she pulls out the comically large needle. Or like 2 flashes really, isn't it? One flash or 2, this could very well turn out to be a very valuable clue. These convoluted scheme to justify knife crimes. I was gonna present her with a knife originally, but I figured the whole large syringe would work better. But knife also would work. I think Sholmes would take a knife and unironically try to just cut people, like do small cuts on people when they're not looking for blood samples. We must make note of it in the court record. Sample of blood analyzed with special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's blood turns to different colors. Let's keep touching and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have region left, sure. Actually, there's a stain on the back of that one photograph, isn't there? I think perhaps we should see if that can tell us anything. Your power went out for a good 30 seconds. Oh my god. First of all, welcome back, Rube. Second of all, I hope it doesn't go out again. Alright. I will keep that in mind, Rube. And, no worries. I'll just say that much. Mr. Naruto, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. So it's smeared, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wondered if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Take that! Oh, that looks like blood. No, there was not, Rube. I can fix that, though. I'd say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. A glove made of leather? Oh no, oh no. It's coming full circle. Oh, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me. Purple? Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? Don't worry, Rube. I will keep track of them on the side just in case things go very horribly for you. We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. We may or may not be close to the end of season 3. Oh my gosh. I'll note them in chronological order then. Well, this particular stain of blood. Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? Who had the gloves? They're the bloody gloves from before. I think I do. Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color turned, but with little deduction. That's right, I think it's clear. First, do you know as well? You first, you know, who do you think it belongs to? Rice-fired Mason? Oh. It must be McGilded, right? No. This was entrusted. No, I think it was Rice-fired Mason. That was his blood, right? Yeah. Rice-fired Mason? No, damn it. I thought. The victim of the omnibus case. Okay, so I thought they're gonna insult me, but no. Let's read through this. Rice-fired Mason? You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case, and of course I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. Definitely thrice fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case. Yes, his name was indeed Thrice-fired Mason, but that would mean this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Dean brought this ticket here to Windbanks yesterday. Alright, I did get it right. Let's go. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. The smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. I asked you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't bound to start worrying about me glove now, was I? I reached out, give him the man a hand. Certainly does look like a leather glove with thumbprint, this mark. But do you know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Nodhodl, you sounded just like Mr. Sholmes. That's the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Let's go. Very well, let's make note of this. The blood on it has been identified as Mr. Mason. Different people's... yeah. Oh boy. The way you can identify different people's blood like this is amazing. You really are genius, Iris. I know, I am. If Hurley and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists. And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruto? Oh, for sure, even if I didn't intend to. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though not confident it can get close again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Their Sholm showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that he used the great big contraption over there. Oh well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is much simpler design for use at home. There's special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. Wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping, or it would beat keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyways. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. Shh! Keep it down! Sorry. There's major clue, just air. Really? Then we must tell Greg C at once. Well, as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. They really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us from investigating though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the counter he was peering at. Green blood, it just seems so wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different. Wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who'd buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Are you alright, Reno? Oh, it's just... Well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you end up wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the yard are to examine every article and shop in every ledger and book for accounts. Every article? But that's ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're shifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure, and even then we'll barely have scratched the surface. I'm in a pawnbroker's. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know, crime and pawnbrokers. That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Runo? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? This is nice. What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? I think so. It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gracie to have a word. Where's Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard? Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gracie said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night, through the little window in the door. Windbank face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course. And we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are any clues in there, I'll find them. Poor Ginny, this is all my fault, really. But you'll be alright, won't she? In court tomorrow, I mean. Don't worry. Papyrus is here to save the day. Yeah. I'll defend her with everything I've got. So, she'll be alright, won't she? Am I that bad at instilling confidence? Song that I play when you fight Iris. So true. I've got to take a look everywhere I can. Alright, doesn't look as though there's anything new or anything I missed. Sixteenth of April, Windabank's storeroom. Poor Iris, she's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windabank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah! That had to have been one of the most limp as I've done, and you know what? For Gregson, it fits. Wait, Inspector! What is it now, sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away! You think Scotland Yard Inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do you? I just... well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. You weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Eh? Alright, Gregson might honestly be my favorite character in the game. I don't know, something bad about his expressions and the way he acts is just so funny to me. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. We have investigating to ourselves. Yes, I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And to inquire into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. Alright, give me one moment real quick, chat. Alright, wanted to open up my window more since starting to get hot, because, oh boy, summer's coming. Alright, alright. Worthy Gumshoe replacement for the 19th century. I agree. I think he's neat. Oh my god. Alright, that is no new dialogue. So, Inspector, what do you make of the scene of the crime here? You've got eyes, haven't you? Use them! It's what it looks like, not more, nothing less! Guys, could you lend me a hand? So, Gracie, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh, yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police turned insane. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. It was locked from the inside. Lock appeared to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing? Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh, as you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thus-wise. Next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. Afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand. No. I believe the gun that's still down there on the floor now. Not that good, we found the key to that door as well. What, the key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside? Correct, all of which leads her ladyship's friend. Doesn't have a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Pixie, do you know anything about Hurley? Is Operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he? Thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it. Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. The latest thing renders whole body insensitive. The whole body anesthetized? Is that even possible? I mean, the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for tooth extraction. Trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing. If you all follow my meaning, they couldn't get the medicine to work at first, so it took hours for them to nod off, so I hear. Now the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my. Who knows if it's the anesthetic still in the system or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch till he comes around again. Really? When he opened his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise, even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. Well, that's not concerning whatsoever. Pascal, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings, look. These have different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. Something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Don't worry about it. Oh no, chat. What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh no. Oh, that's Ginny at it. The unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Really, that's not what all this is. But if you ask me, you told it without telling you. I lost my Ginny accent, it's over. We must check inside the box at once. Yes. It was there. Iris' story was there. Really? It was? That's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited in here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not very well hidden. Frown. But now she's upset at Hisato. Long unpublished story that Mr. Sholmes deposited in the pawnbrokery of the victim, Mr. Windbank. It's entitled The Hound of the Baskervilles. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windbank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runa look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windbank with this yesterday, didn't we? I shall have to take my own life. Must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door and storeroom here, that is the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Windbank told us that he only ever had single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun had been fired. Oh, come on in, Neko. We can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Police have marked the position of body with the chalk line. Poor Mr. Windbank, he's a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once through the heart. Most likely his fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. It must be his blood then. What if it's not his blood? I don't like to add such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. It's green. No, it is different. Okay. I was about to come up with a crackpot theory, but no, I'm... Actually, no, it could still be crackpot. No, that actually supports it. Okay, so my thought blew... Alright, my thought is that the bullet that shot Mr. Windibank was the calendar one, right? And then his body was placed in here over the already existing the blood puddle. Where that other blood puddle came from, oh, but I'm gonna just say that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. His is the green one. And his unmatched analysis of blood stain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyways. 3 samples of blood analyzed with special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholm. Different people's blood turns different colors. I think this is Mr. Windibank, and this is not his blood. Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest? Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. Rube, I've explained my theory to the extent of which it has been developed. The only thing I know about this crackpot theory is that I believe that bullet is the one that actually struck Mr. Windibank. And this is actually his blood. Something happened to cause that blood to go there. And so they moved the body over it in order to try to mask that it wasn't actually his in order to go along with setting up the true crime scene, so to speak, with the whole locked room thing. For all we know, this blood could be planted, although that, in this time period, that could be harder. I'm just trying to think, like, 20 steps ahead of this game, but I barely have enough to make a single step forward. That blue blood must be from Super Mario, Bros. See, it's actually from the alien level in Surgeon Simulator. For those who don't know, in Surgeon Simulator, there is a secret level you get to access where you do surgery on a blue-blooded alien. So I think that alien was actually the real victim here. Then Windbank was then killed to cover up that fact. The British government doesn't want anyone freaking out after all. Anyways, in that case, it would have to be one of the other two people that were here from before. Of course, the likelihood of this actually being the case, I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to be too big-brained on this, but I just have to try to say, ha, I got it. I predicted this. And then the game reveals, oh wait, it really was Mr. Windibank's blood. Oh. Most fascinating tile, your ladyship. Fascinating, and I don't suppose. Would there be any mention of my humble self in this time? Oh, good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just wait this publication with eager anticipation. Don't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. So essentially gambling. Essentially. I mean, I'm trying to rely on the good old Ace Attorney twists. Although anytime I've tried to predict them thus far, I've never actually been successful. But I'm trying! The old crackpot gambling theory would be that this isn't actually thrice-fired Mason's blood, and it's actually like Mr. Windibank's or something. You looking to be arrested, sunshine? I didn't mean it like that, and even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Look, with how unhinged these cases can get, I don't leave anything out of the question. Idea? No, okay, he doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about a single one of you. Damn. Oh wait, he has something here. What do you make of this, Inspector? What do you have here then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper it's to. Was it to hand? Yes, this is the ticket for McGilda's overcoat, the one that little driver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do ya? No, I didn't mean to, You know, it's right, Gatesy. It isn't the same ticket. Oh, of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one? Seen that McGilda, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibank's. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with Inspector Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilda's overcoat. Hey, you mean to tell me? Yes, there's more than just the music box disc, it seems. I should have insisted on that, taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to details on this ticket, Mr. McGilda deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? You have any idea where it is, Gracie? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilda. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles. I'll go back in. It's not the time for dog impressions, Inspector. I've never seen him eating this so intensely. What the hell? He's tromping down like a freaking T-Rex on his prey. That's not sauce from you, sunshine. There's one thing that springs to mind. According to the ticket, the redemption deadline is already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course, articles are only out for 2 months. The small box will no longer be here then. That's right, it's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in front, we must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh, there are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. You can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded. That information is not written on the ledger. Ugh. Well, I think we should at least have a look just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. I'm very sensible of you, I'm sure. Getting old. I nearly jumped off my skin there. How could Mr. Windbank set such a wicked trap? I thought she set it out to scare anyone. Is that truly the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you'll be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. But do you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be a lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, you better hurry back to prison and talk to Gina again. They're not gonna let me talk, are they? Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale. That's right, they've all got little price labels on them, but there are so many. One of small box's ticket was for is still on shelf somewhere. Box that McGilda deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There's so many boxes, it could be any one of them. But Sholm said that a pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. Where everyone knows that time stops when checking random spots. Of course, we are the masters of time and space after all. So perhaps this small box of Mr. McGilda's contains something of very great value. Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked. But then we need to find every box with lock and break them all open. Yeah! Oh my god. That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I won't let that happen. Ah, this takes me back. It's been some time since Susato-san last threw me. Oh, the intense music's gone. And it's back. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles text upside down kind of looks like Xenoblade Chronicles X. I can kind of see what you mean, I guess. I can kind of see it. 16th of April of 5:41 p.m. Local prison cell 13. What? Gina, good, you're back. Please must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Eh? Oh, didn't bother me. Thanks for the papers you signed for. I meant, it meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks. All right. Right. But you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying that I did. That's not... You know, we came to ask for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruto to represent you. Right, I really lost her fight all of a sudden. I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, storeroom at Windibank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception: the box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Oh boy. You see this pawnbroker's ticket, Gina? That's the one you took to Winbanks, isn't it? The one for that black overcoat you're wearing now. Eh? What? That? Oh, they all look the same to me, those tickets. Surely not. Well, this one has a very obvious mark on it. That'd appear to be blood. Eh? Does that ring any bells? Oh, it all looks same to me. Blood. They all sound same to me, these answers. Suspicious. Gina, I'd like to thank you for signing these papers. You want to thank me? You can do it once you've gotten me off the oath. Alright then. Wait, what? Shouldn't she be thanking me then? No, what, Mr. Naruto? It ain't good manner to expect things if you do someone a favor. I know that! She's as tricky with words as she is with her fingers. Both games have chronicles and names, so if you look at only that in your mind, think of Xenoblade Chronicles X at the moment, you'll believe it's X. So true, and who isn't think about Xenoblade X when lobsters are all that is relevant? Alright, I'm out. Damn. Tom still ain't back. What we've uncovered. Alright, then, blimey. Give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. We've done it. Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Miss Naruto and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Winbanks that night. He already has the representation papers and other documents we need. All you have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Penny. Rip them up and chuck them, would ya? Them representation papers or whatever they're called. This cell ain't fancy enough to ever been. So what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on me own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. One stubborn pickpocket. We're at 96 pipe bombs. That feels like a Vine boom moment. That's terrifying. So many pipe bombs. I don't think I've ever rolled a natural pipe bomb. Let me have a shot at it. Well, it's better than cardboard, which is what I usually get. Right, yeah, this Baskerville story, it latest filmed adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet, so I figured it gotta be worth a few pieces of silver, right? 3 metal pipes in a row again? Oh my gosh! Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? Do you intend to sell this to sell Iris's manuscript? Did you? Oh, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. We've got 3+ metal pipes in a row like 5 times last 2 weeks. Can we make it 4? That's the question, chat. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I want to do is find out if the mantle script or whatever you call it really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the first place. Well, in the place. For Iris's sake, isn't that right? We knew why you done it from start, Dina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript and storyroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Perhaps do a lot worse than that, believe me. Bare-faced liars, a lot of them. Just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling ya, that mantle script ain't at Windbanks. You'd just soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I've wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, that sometimes I wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that is so sweet of you. Alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It weren't because of Iris, that's not why I did it. I just want to know the truth, that's all. Want to know if Mr. Schultz was being honest. If he'd really deposit the manuscript at Winterbanks. Like I told you the night before, I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine, she got her dad, only she can't see him. I reckon that's gotta be Ada. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway, last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of great detective so much as adventures of great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah. So thoughtful and kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought to any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I ate all this chummy nonsense. Did you? I ate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work, cause if you don't trust no one, then no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarpa. I didn't notice until now, but it's unmistakable right there on both sides of that overcoat. Are some very suspicious red stains. They're more of brown, but it's been a couple months, so... What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings that area to her now. The stains on sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruto? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds on yourself, though. So, could it be that blood splattered from Mr. Windbank when he was shot last night? I bet you it's blood from what's his face. Rice-fired Mason. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. I knew it! He gave Gina the evidence to hide. She was hiding evidence. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course, that color of fabric was making stains. Masking stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. The blood has reacted with chemical turned into a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see who had the purple blood. Ah, yes, it is the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. Well, what are you all on about, the victim? What do you mean? Rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruto, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. Yep. Truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. You can see it now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilda's overcoat. Put it in the pouch 2 months ago, the defendant said in his testimony. Now I ask you, what good heart and soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wouldn't about start wearing about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. If you look at this overcoat now, it's clear these stains couldn't have arisen from McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was really what happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilda's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Damn. Naruto. That horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. Here's all that twisted testimony and that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? You know, did you believe him though? Do you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I did not rig it. I want to be clear. I haven't rigged it. But 4 freaking metal pipes. Oh my gosh. Do you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? That's the 3rd time we get 4 metal pipes in a row in the past month. Come on. 5 metal pipes in a row. We can do it. No, did you believe him though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed. Or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to, because believing in those you're represented in court is defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Town of Baskerville's ours is unpublished work. Yes, so Mr. Sholmes was telling us that the truth. He did indeed deposit it for safekeeping with Mr. Windabank. True, but then that still leaves the question of how Susato-san knew the full title. I haven't read it myself, of course. Ah, no. I realize I spoke carelessly last night. It was a dreadful mistake. Know that you must have had your reasons for not telling us anymore. I'm so sorry. We've never gotten 5 metal pipes in a row, right? Only just 4? This one document could be the key to Gina's fate. We must fight tooth and nail for our freedom, tooth and nail. Very passionate about it, I see. Not that I don't understand that. No, it is surprised to see how neatly Gina signed her name. Oh, you wouldn't have expected from an orphan the East End pickpocket, would you? I believe in the 5 rube. Well, this is Great Britain with a wonderful education system. Wait a minute, this was written with a food brush and by a very skilled hand. It was you who wrote it, wasn't it? Oh dear. Gina was insistent, so I couldn't refuse. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That is all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe that our clients, what our clients tell us, can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you. Unwaveringly. I miss Kazuma. Also, his theme is amazing. Possibly my favorite song in the game. I think tied for my favorite song. What's funny, Gina? Or sound like this empire of Japan you come from. Everyone wants to be soft. Oh, come on. Look at the message it got you into believing in that bulk yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people never worth it. Someone's always stabbed you back in the end. And as you let your down your guard, you've added. We could leave out my book. Believe no one, get up by no one. Tina, may I ask you something? Cool. I'd just like to make it absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? Your favorite of the first game is what I had for starting soon today. Yeah, oh my god. It was Gina's theme. I'm pretty sure. Which is, of course, very fitting. Yeah, it has to be. I think it's Cosmos. It's my second favorite one is Gerson's theme. I love his music. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what you want and all now. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. While Mr. Naruto, lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. Yes, I can, because she came clean. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Eh? Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. The title screen music. Seriously, Mr. Nato Odo. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Did just trip off me tongue, and I'm a diver. Don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I don't get it. Tina, I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others, but I assure you there's no more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? What we live in is full of people who you would do very well trust, people who won't ever let you down. So don't give up on them, because they won't hurt you. See that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this, whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? And it's decided. I'll take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. What you like, you Eastern are. I don't know what you are. I don't get a Yuna's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She never admitted, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once! Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Aww? Mrs. Sato? Somebody's there in shadows, I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Is it Sholmes? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? No, it's Gerson. But you're using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I read so much, or even the arts of that dang fangled Monado. Anyone that's being stealthy, it is you, Inspector. Trixie! Oh, dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good, great for listening in. No. I just got word that there's some visitors who are refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, no moment earlier. That's all I did, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-da, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, but bye-bye. That's a lot of farewells and not one appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. I see, that's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with the sharpish Lord Strongheart, well, emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing good, I said anything anyway. I'm off. Alright, Gracie, if you have to, but let's chat soon. Delighted charm, can't wait, if you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Casey's so funny, he says such silly things. Certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must send the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruto. I shall meet you there later. And so our investigation came to an end. Zara-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. 16th of April, 11:13 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Her shoulder shot for her eyes. Gina was arrested, all on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. Yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? What's the matter with you? I'm examining things at a time like this. This is my last chance to talk with Susato-san before she leaves, damn it. The Hound of the Baskervilles, Arsh's unpublished work. Yes, so Mr. Shonda was telling us all the truth. He did indeed deposit it for safekeeping with Mr. Windibank. True, but then that still leads to question how Susato-san knew the full title. I haven't read it myself, of course. No. I realized I spoke carelessly last night. It was a dreadful mistake. I know that you must have your reasons for not telling us anymore. I'm so sorry. I'm still gonna check for new dialogue. Probably not gonna be anything, let's be honest. It was just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. So sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. No, we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? Seems to me there are many facets to people's personality. Facets? Just like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating the actions and their extremely complex motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blinded to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear, that all the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. Your dad, Mr. Susato, did not say very complex motives. Please stop for our own sanity. I mean, I've been dropping random stuff like that. I rickrolled everyone earlier in stream, very subtly, but I still rickrolled, so, never lower your guard, Rube. Amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry, I've what? You know when you draw the line at 0 time dilemma? Honestly, touche. I can't argue against that. 0 time dilemma is its own beast. God, I hate Delta. No, it was nothing unimportant. Do you know what time you'll leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 AM. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible, even though, like me, I'm sure you'll find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. Mentioned what final task moment. What do you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. Her book? What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. A new version of her book. It's my note from the case 2 months ago. Oh, the murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Winbank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not entirely completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. Everything else she's had to think about, she saw us on so made to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Aww. The notes collated by Mrs. Sato about the McGilded case that we worked on 2 months ago. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Naruhodo-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Hiya! What was that? A secret technique of mine. This is Sato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Susato-san. Truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes. As a cacophony of scenes in our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. April 17th, the small hours. St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. That is great weight off my mind. Assured I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madame. Oh? Yo, Susato, what are you doing? Also, Sholmes, let's go! Best Sholmes jump scare. To be continued. Oh my god. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story, Trial Part 1. Honestly, I was half expecting a trial, or I was expecting investigation Part 5. But with that, we are 2 hours in stream. I think now's a great time to go on break. And yeah, another VLR. Yay, milestone. About halfway through stream. Good stuff so far. But thank you all so much for watching. I'll be gone for 10 to 15-ish minutes. That's usually how long it is. While I'm waiting, some ads will play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls, and you won't be missing any actions. I appreciate the understanding. And when we come back, we're going to be doing our best to defend Gina in this very chaotic court case. Bye-bye for now. When I woke the following morning, Susada-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. So began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. Oh boy, chat. Alright, 17th of April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. Wait, was that? Oh my god. No, wait, the game, stop going. That is our first 5 metal pipes in a row. Let's go. I am sure, Rube. You're not here. I'll prove it by rolling the pipe. Actually, no, I won't roll it prematurely. I'll wait till the cooldown goes. But then I'll roll it and show. I mean, I could do it now if to prove it's not rigged, but like... Look, I would not... I wouldn't rig it. We've had cardboard pipes this stream, and I haven't touched it at all. Alright, so I'm pretty confident it's not rigged or anything. We just finally got the luck we needed. Confirm and prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, in her fancy dress. Dardo, or however you say it. Oh. Misada had to leave early this morning. She's already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are ya? Forget about me if you like going to your off. It's fine. Not dumb Miss Susada and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. It's a 0.09% chance. I mean, go figure that it took us this long to get it then. Alright, are you all ready for 6 metal pipes in a row? Oh my god! It's not rigged. It's not rigged. Oh my god. I am sure, alright? I am sure because I have not messed with this at all. Alright, if I go and check right now, I'm opening up my command. Random pipe range. The rigged pipe range is currently disabled. It just chooses a random number 1 through 103, and we keep happening to get good ones. .02% chance. That is crazy. Yeah, it ain't rigged. I'm feeling Denny. Did you manage to sleep? Huh. Iris, what are you doing there? You can say you're over odds for 5 metal in a row, but now you're heavily under odds. Oh my, don't you love random number generation? What do you mean? When a friend's in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Waggy, ready to show your support, kitty? Let him have a nose around. What can it do? That reminds me, I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Rudo, Ginny? This is like when you went from 1 5 row to 3 5 run, directly skipping 2 in the old odds. Yeah, that is crazy. Well, I think I'd rather get bad news out of the way first. I'd actually agree with him there, Yunosuke. I always say good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yeah, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Oh, gosh, yes. Right then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecasted to subside this afternoon, so even if trade is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I won't give a monkeys, really. Only all good news canceled out the bad. Did I take classical music? Why, Rue? Didn't you want 7 metal pipes in a row? Cause now we're never getting that. Peace was restored. Still though, that is a moment of all time. 6 metal pipes in a row. Wow. And look, the trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder, see? How'd you like that? Let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Runa will soon show everyone that the headline is nonsense. I will? And then in tomorrow's paper, the headlines will be Discharge Diver's Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Runo? Oh, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How's that? I was trying to unlike Susie. Susie, did it work? Did it? Like she was still here. This morning paper purchased buyers. Gina's case features prominently. Seriously though, the 0.02% chance took us forever. I don't even remember when I first added the pipes. I'm gonna be honest. When it was like all the way back when it's just cardboard and metal. But it's been so long. A Team Fortress 2 stream, okay. I was thinking back to Splatoon, but no, the stream I had in mind was the first time a pipe bomb dropped, which was added a couple weeks after the system was first added. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus the day after stab wound to the abdomen. Mason Milverton. No, that's why, you know, specifically it's shift to your mind is very complex inner mechanisms. No, I believe it. I believe that sometimes you just remember the most specific and random things. But it's just been so long. I'll get the new pipe soon. It's just it's a very different beast, let's put it that way. And trying to make it while keeping it organized is difficult. Pawnbroker purchase and pick purse plunder. How awful for Ginny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharge Diver is on the do-gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps? Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow. Now it's going to be so great. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well, look. Mystery Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Oh no. For a 10-year-old, I certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. That secret communications between Great Britain and its allies, apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possibilities so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why His Gracie running from pillar to post at the moment. Oh god, how's this gonna be relevant in the trial? You actually have mental images of precise location TF2 map I'd playing in during the precise moment I told the odds. Was it like an old, like a, more open map with like, bricks and wood and, green fields? Or was it more of just red everywhere? Red and, mechanics? Because I assume I was probably doing man versus machine. That's almost all what I do in Team Fortress 2 nowadays. Although I could have been doing other stuff. I could have been doing like some winter or summer update. Probably Rottenburg then, though there are some multiplayer maps that could also be candidates. If it's water, then it would have to be multiplayer, because Rottenburg doesn't have... Actually, I mean, technically it has water, but there's no way in hell that that water was in view when I mentioned the odds. I basically never go to that portion of the map. Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Huh? Obviously, I don't know what I don't know the law like Susie does, but... I'll be very sad the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. Honestly, I kind of wish she didn't, just because having us be completely on our own would be a fun change of pace, but also I guess having Naruto bounce off himself would be a lot more difficult. Not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Jenny? Well, I was wondering, is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up all right? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Huh? Eh? Ask a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. Sure, Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No, Shisada-san, and no, Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today. Prove that Gina's innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way to the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina, Iris. Take the way, you know. Poor Gina, she's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. "17th of April, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom." Oh, this jury's looking spicy. You know, there's still 2 people we saw outside of Natsume's house that have never come up again. Were they really just an Easter egg or what? In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. The trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Deeks, my lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. And there are some circumstances in which this court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior. In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelon of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. You mean Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago? Fair enough. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Max McGilded, if I'd known what monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, you were loathsome. Those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confident tricksters from those tiny islands in Far East, the Nipponese. So he is choosing to go against us in court out of spite. Okay. Way to be racist. What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Runo. Actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal. What are you talking about? Is he blaming us for the leak? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeke's eyes. That directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeke's. Till the judiciary welcomed the return of so-called Reaper, Bailey feared by all London malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people this trial. Some new and old faces. Actually, only one new face, maybe. Are you ready to hear the instance placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Hey, then we'll be stereoscoping in the future. Absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible, but could I have? Woman indispensable in society. Stop, female-centric future. Wait, stop. Why is he here? Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Selected at random. Their ads were not selected at random. Something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm familiar. I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really, funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know. I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Very well, now Lord Van Zeeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This Nipponese fellow's sure to cheat us out of our very well-earned guilty verdict here at the prosecution, so be sure not to listen to a word he says. That is my case. And then he just steps away. In short, there had never been more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. Alright, so he wasn't about to go all out against Naruhodo. Victim, Mr. Potwind, being proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. Is your average 1 in a billion of a chance of that jury being selected? Something tells me those odds probably aren't all that off from the truth either. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there's a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body at a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. A report prepared by Scotland Yard coroner that confirms instant death due to single bullet wound from the back. There are no signs of other trauma. A photograph of the crime scene found a photograph of the victim found murdered in the storeroom. It shows the single bullet wound in the man's back. And asked the court to turn attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. Within this room was a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found and locked. The door had a window, though. In the steel chamber, there are only 2 persons present. Victim, Mr. Windbank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? No more to say? Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious. After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick purse or cold-hearted killer. If all 6 million inhabitants had an equal chance to be selected, then all chance of this exact jury being selected is actually a 0.12 chance if you insert 32 zeros just before the 12. So that... Okay, hold on. If we hit that with scientific notation, that's like... That's like 12 to the power of, what, 34, right? I think that's what the odds are. Which is... that is some very specific odds. Oh, wow. Oh god. Good gracious. After the testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick purse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. And them into the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. A plan of the Windbank's pawnbrokery was scene of the crime, which showed the relative positions of the maiden shop and the rear storeroom. A gun belonging to the victim, Mr. Windbank, that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There are signs of single discharge. That's one or too many, but at that point you don't think it matters. It's too small of a probability. Yeah. Yeah. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. 12E minus 32 is the exact number. Yeah, that is a startlingly low probability, to say the least. Oh boy. I think that's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windbank on 16th of April this year. Who the hell are those two? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name Nash Skulkin. Occupation baddie. Professional baddie. Name Ringo Skulkin. Occupation them as them. Pavas Gregson. Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we what they call 3 Skull Brothers. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot. Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? The older bruv lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. That is ignoring the fact that 5 out of 6 radio members are repeat members. Yeah, yeah. And last night we come across you, the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? It is the very spit of him. Sweet side there, and then what we was gonna do, what we's gonna call ya. I just, this really is just Mario and. Wait a minute, this is Mario and Luigi, and then Gerson is the long lost cousin. Or at least these are the less lost cousins of Mario and Luigi. Shorter one represented with red via apple, and the taller one represented by green and pear. Big bruv sulky. Come on, leave it out, you toe. Sulky Skulkin? And that's before he runs out of chips? Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector Tobias, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they? These three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't let me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. Waluigi and Wario. Yeah, so we have Waluigi and Wario. And then we have Luigi. But then where did that leave with Mario? Nights ago, these 2 brothers, yeah. In the course of their nefarious activity, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By love, do you mean say? What an extraordinary coincidence. Also, don't even get you started in the fact that escapee Russian man that flee to the country that we just happened to see in newspaper during chapter 2 in the book a few months ago. That last year, remember? That isn't a repeat. Yeah, how the hell is he? How did he end up here? I didn't think an escapee would, but whatever. Or died actually, remember the blue blood? True. Oh no, and the bank really was the secret Mario brother, wasn't he? By Jove, you mean say what an extraordinary coincidence? Indeed, my lord, while attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. The box. Wow, they are tiny. Order! Various trespass of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they'll naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector, skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I'll permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Miss Skulkin, Mr. Skulkin, you'll now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Cause the Skulkins never Skulkin. Get out of it. Witness testimony. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in small hours at the gas door with Darcy. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go and watch. But once we got inside, blimey lummy, we heard gunshot from the back room. We went to see what door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing, and we just left it at that nice and quiet. But we know someone shot Sholmes, so, terrible coincidence it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, and even more sinister miscreant was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The fighting access storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witness now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What is the matter, do you know? Sorry, I just stunned in silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told in the pair in the stand. No, that's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to explode their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Alright, what is it, Rube? Illegal entry.
Hold it!
The front door of Windbanks was ajar, you say. What time of night was this? What's it been about 1, right, Ringle? Yeah, I'd say so, right, Skulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. Oh. What about you, sulky me old mucker? Is there only one specific reason? Are you loading my file? After only one mistake, the game and a reward for making it to the end of section with all 5 lights and they get restored after every DLR moment. Because it bugs me. It just it feels like a stain. If I reload after making or if I make a mistake and then just see that I have less health. It's just a habit from being especially preemptive when playing through the other Ace Attorney games in single player. Even with that though, I do genuinely try to figure things out without just throwing everything at the wall. I do promise I try to do that. But yeah, it's just because it would bother me otherwise. What about you, skulky me old mucker? Leave me alone. A very fair question to ask, Rube. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And the gentleman ventured into the open establishment. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. That is pure conjecture. Ha, perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in and what... Are you trying to suggest that you had to go in? Wow, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. But will often present itself as the whim of thieves, does it? If it weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like said, I don't find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. Not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looks just like our bruv. I said cut it out. The kids are getting a chomping today. But once we got inside, oh blimey, lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. Can swear to that. It was Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? Firearms belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winterbank always used to leave his gun lying around the corner. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Winterbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true, I remember him saying that as well. We can say with considerable certainty that the only single round was discharged from the firearm used as a murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. How wonderful. And see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. You mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? My learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation. Perhaps a drawing would help. Including the shop's entrance from the street, there's only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little lamp oil burning, not much to see. Ain't the door was hidden behind the curtain and all? That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open the door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Nashram, yeah, I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways, hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination, my learned Nepalese friend. It would seem as of the former. Alright, so I just proved that I was a coward that night. Aye. Thank you, counsel. So I believe we all understand the door is locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left her that nice and quiet.
Hold it!
Didn't do or take anything? Is that your story? Well, it was Belglam soon as wanted. It was not, didn't even have the time to pull me dukes out of me my Lucy lockets. With no time to take your hand out of your pocket, you just left nice and quietly, you say. That's right, Governor, nothing we ate more than violence and people of nibblers. We are not burglars. We are Nash, we never even pulled me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. Do you truly like us to believe? Come again? That as soon as you fled from pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Strange life, they fired a gun, you say? Ah! Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? The song I play inventing these two fellas in the courtroom. You were armed with a gun. As you fled scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes! They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. It was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by police within minutes of discovering the crime scene. Their suspicion countenance rapidly gave them away. When searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel showed signs of shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invited his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed, remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. Court will hold this weapon as evidence. A firearm found in the possession of the Skolkin brothers upon their arrest. There are signs that a single round was fired. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? It's your successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and single bullet missing from cylinder, but prosecution made evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence because I was there. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, I mean, couldn't we just prove that we're the reporting party? We shall have no choice but toast your incompetence and move on. Notice that these two fired that gun before they left Windbanks that night. Court demand that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. How do I prove that they fired it? Oh wait. No. That was already broken by the time that we got in there, so that wouldn't be proof that it was fired. I mean, maybe it could be. It could be proof of being Sholmes, but I swear it was damaged already. That might just be what we have to use. What evidence showed these witnesses unloaded? I think we have to do that.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Counsel? During the course of our investigation, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting police to the job they're trained to do, how arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. You claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more darling than counsel, present the permanent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded firearm at the scene? Take that! What is that? Explain! Photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From scene of crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears bullets are still lodged in there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet appears in Mr. Windbank's calendar. The date shown being April of 16th, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. This incident occurred 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to 16th. That's right, and while it isn't refutable, defense believes this is credible evidence that witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbroker's that night. Objection! Oh, nope, he didn't hit us with an objection. Order, how does prosecution say, Lord Van Zeeks? That is direction my learned friend wishes to take. The prosecution has no objections. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollow chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies, they claim we opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back on the street. Because he's taking advantage of us pointing this out. Eh? Easy there, governor, you land us in the soup. We had a deal, you weren't gonna get us into them details. Tell him, Stolke, set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, didn't he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. See, now that I owe my learned amnese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean that you have hopefully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks? As had been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, that shot had found its target in Mr. Sholmes. Then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Windbank at all. Too early to say that. So that's it. That's it, we didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. The crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? Ah, but we're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let's just take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Erlock Sholmes. It would seem that man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with the eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me, don't give me that look. Got a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. That console, it has appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if thief were to break in the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Prosecution had obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8, 8:30, 9, 9:30. As the court will observe, the copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion. They're rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. When I refer to court to the plaintiff's premises, their respective positions are here and here. Say these cameras produce print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help in the anticipated if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On that in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on the camera. That bit fair. Tuck it, bruv. Lady Luck with us. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been Nash. Must have been, yeah, just gone 1. In case minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let's examine the evidence. Oh boy. Good lord. It's the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured gun in hand facing the victim over the shop counter, no doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Right. One can only choose the amount of events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene at a short time before the murder took place. Ugh. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. Because 1 bullet was fired that night and poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot had been fired from it. Exactly, the bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Winbank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windibank. Ah! Hold on, stream's struggling a little. Stream, are you gonna be okay? Okay. No big deal. We're back. Oh no. I say, my lord, I wonder if I might put a word in at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battlefield after retirement, you see? The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now leading the small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll go down together, you mark my words, one for all and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of jury have reached an agreement, have they? I think they probably have. Not what we are to understand. Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Gary Deb squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's all too soon to make a status report for the court. Men, over on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find truth is clear, Dana. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there on there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Oh, God. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now. Undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of jury to state his or her leaning on this matter, and enter a considered verdict to the court.
Guilty.
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 He slammed his head on the table. Doesn't appear that jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So you refuse to admit defeat yet again? How unsurprising. Shall proceed immediately with summation examination. Mr. Foreman, all members jury are ready. Up, Bali, Lutally, sir. All right, ready for action, my chaps. Very good, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We'll each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Here we go. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. All that evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketing. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photographing in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict. Follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced the brothers are innocent. Circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print! Take from chap who's seen action on the battlefield, that young girl's on the verge of pulling the trigger. But she pulled it in the room. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbrink. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with summation examination. Jury examination. Defense's rebuttal. Here we truly go, chat. Oops. Oh my god. Oh, the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketing.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garita, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Oh, you're that lawyer chap? Well, there's turn up for the books. Yes, rather turbulent time you've had back then. Some extraordinary event took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Trump and I were able to get bottom of it all. I think we rather did a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be nice, I suppose. Chris was the kid I've had with Takatan after that business. Lord had moved out and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh, and I thought to break the news to John yet. Bad enough that the old chap's clapped up. Yes, can't be nice. You did rather do a lot, but not for us, that's for dash certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilt here, obviously. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to trial and less to juror number 2. As housemate, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. Polishing the bench, I see, again. The mate's work is never done, not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through East End. The place is full of beggars, pick-pursers, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those black slums would be made to spick and span and eradicated. At least we'd have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Sholmes? That's right, I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Around magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes? A maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum have the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in Sand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed, they're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it might just be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright, I shall amend my statement. Good, good. The brothers are scum of the earth, they should swing for shooting the great detective. Aye, aye, aye. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, truth will just pop out.
Hold it!
What do you mean look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at photographic print normally. It looks as if the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously. But there's no indication the defendant ever fired the gun. Well, I'm saying that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. Never gets well seeing 2 print merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find stereoscope here is to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before its great invention, the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. If I have left it in there, I should think it would be repercussions by now. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry, as you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country are considered to be doctors. Oh no. You know, me and my kind are at the great forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So what is it that you think you left behind? Well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday, standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. Oh no. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not. You say to yourself, don't you worry, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside fella's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So there you have it. Like you said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern in seeing this case appear to be all but sewn up. I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. Sure, you need to be more sure.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? You're from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Rail mass steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid across the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed. It just makes my head hurt thinking about it. You're well informed, young lady. But chaos will soon become thing of the past. Stop. Just when I start to catch up. Radio transmission future. Stop. Messages carried over airways to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement going. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. We'll say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but what? You perhaps have something to say about juror 5, number 5's last remark? And if I couldn't guess? Oh, you best I do. Say that again. Go on, go on. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think you just might be yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely, I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. When on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. Oh, I'm sorry, stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph to a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs for a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope. Ooh, it could reveal hidden clues you've never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, any prints we could look at with stereoscope? Prints of these, right? How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. Or I guess this. Okay, never mind. Not those, but this then.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to just give you one more print and amaze you all. Oh, I don't think I do have a print necessary. I don't have another one of those prints, at least. Can I just give him the same thing?
Take that!
Wait, what do you mean one more print? Oh dear, don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how stereoscope works? Yeah. You know what? You need 2 photographs for stereoscope, remember? Rip. I was hoping we could get one of the other prints from before 1 p.m. No, one for the left and one for the right. Oh yes, I remember now, but the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No, I think you'll find that the clue's in the name. It's stereoscope, not a monoscope. You only need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Alright, let's get back things on track then, shall we, Cancel? Not a waste.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not Violin Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? I believe there's such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like a vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murder, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I'm whistling London for sightseeing. I'd like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. I love how the waveform on the bottom really has some distinct notes to it. There's just a couple that stay around. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal at the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. Though I have much sympathy for these brothers, people say they are criminals only because of how they look. Thank you for the lurk, Rube. The Skulkin brothers. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong, that is all I want to say. Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need cleared straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? Even though the odds are something along the lines of 12 as e to the power of, or 12, yeah, to the power of like 32, something like that anyways. In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can change the minds of more than half these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never have shot anyone. Yeah, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Well, we have a couple. Pit that against
Objection!
these 2. Let's go. Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Cancel, explain yourself. Oh my statement contradictory? Contradict? Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when Skulkin brothers fled scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Ugh. Here's word abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, I should say in plain English, I'm Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before we never done anything wrong, but truth is they shot detective. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lies is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. That means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is that true? Well, according to police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough, I trust no one now. It's not the master's fault, sir. I see it's my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. Sure, that won't be yes, it is, Runo, easily. Sorry? Photograph with the print from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah, if you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Hoy, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling on prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. Print showing the accused and threatening victim after she broke in shop with this one. Knowing this, victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then, as far as I can tell. Nothing has been taken. Oh, stuff did shift over though. Can't notice anything that's obviously missing in second print. Those brothers who look like criminals only told one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It seems so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with the trial. Okay, well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, that's one, I suppose, but there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I can do that, we might just turn the situation in our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination and kindly hand that new photographic evidence to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene after the murder had taken place. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Are we gonna have to pit those two against each other? We'll press him here. Can it really show up new clues though? Don't know unless you try. Alright. We just have to do this. Boop. Take that. Right then. Juror number 3, are you saying yes, yeah, yeah? Boom. Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera in Winbanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Left and right images need to be the same, only with slight shift in positions on some objects. And when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all, not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Runo. Go on. You see that there's an obvious difference between them? Oh my god, that's so... I can't do it. I can't do the cross-eyed. Worth it, there are two people in first and no people in second. Well, yes, you can do that straight away, but now try looking at pictures in 3 dimensions. So start with you have crossed your eyes and try to make two pictures overlap exactly. Now's your chance to try it at home, kids. This is so difficult. I don't think I can do it, chat. My eyes aren't strong enough. Oh my gosh. I do know that the stuff on the back end did move a little. You can tell if you look specifically at the skull, it's not touching the clock in the left image, but it is on the right. At least it's not overlapping it. See by crossing my eyes. The thing is I can do it, but my eyes are, I'm not close enough to get a good enough focus. But I can do it. Wait. Well, did you mean to see it properly? Yes, I saw it. What's going on with these two pictures? Yep. Those things on the counter sort of jumped out at you. Yes, that's it, you see. That's the amazing power of stereoscope. Oh, their amazing power? Someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of these things unconscious seem to jump out at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems that the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between two pictures. If you do the cross-eye, even it does jump out to me a little. To show that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Now hold the fire, sir. I've got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does a shift between two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you cross-eyed master. What, me? I haven't first idea. You know, it's quite simple. It is? I just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then 30 minutes later, a second photograph was taken, where the position of some items on the counter appeared to have shifted slightly in the meantime. Or in the interim. That means sometime in a half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with things on the counter. Dukers! Someone tampered! Information stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems, but I'm trying to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is now clear. We know the items on this countertop were moved. But by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. Oh boy. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the movement. I guess it must be those two, right?
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently insane, the Skulkin brothers. Wait, that did not agree with what brother said in testimony from before. They said they did not even have time to pull Dukes from Lucy Locket. My phrase book says Dukes is meaning hand and Lucy Locket's meaning pockets. But this is another lie. Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree, the accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through things on death to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. Why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she is coercing Mr. Windbank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestray's interest lay within the storeroom, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts from their testimony. But the accuser's pick purse comment got her trashed by look any further than for the wrongdoer here. Because Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam, no better, in fact worse than a pick purse. At least that brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the ground that she is a pickpocket, it would not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize would it not be at least right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings you've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. All is balanced as it should be. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of jury have declared their inclinations by the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in defendant's favor. 2 lean guilty, 4 lean not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Okay, well done. Oh, by the way, what? You hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. A fold-up device that allows anybody to enjoy seeing things in 3 dimensions simply by looking through the eyepieces. We need to see the other cameras' photos as well, I think. Lord Van Zeeks. You'll instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. Oh my goodness. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. That's where the to be continued is? What? Oh god. I don't know what to do. This would be an early stopping point for stream, but like... oh god, I don't know if I should get involved with what's coming up. Oh no, chat. Oh god. I must be pretty far into the case at this point, but I'm probably not gonna even finish it today, if I were to guess. I just have to think. This was going on for about another, like, hour and a half. Do I wanna? I don't know, chat. I would hate to stop in the middle of something. That's the big thing. I don't know. I don't know. I'll need to think on this for a moment, because again, like, this would be stopping early. You could always make my own VLR and stop just for cross-examination or something like that. That is true. That is very true. I guess we can probably just do something like that then. Go for another 30-ish minutes. Alright, what's your idea, Rube? Also, we are getting 1 billion metal pipes today. I think we've got more metal pipes than cardboard pipes. What the heck is happening? Seriously, that is unhinged. But I mean, hey, them's the odds, I guess. Just prepare for the massive pipe drought. Oh gosh. You don't want to continue the case, you know something that I can do for 30 minutes is 4-hour mark. At that point, I think I would rather just continue the case, but let's hear it. Let's hear your suggestion. Is it just going and doing lobster hunting? Because honestly, that would be pretty funny, but would also drive me up the damn wall. If I did that. Yeah, I think we'll just continue and then find some other good to be continued spot to the best of our ability. Thought escapades? Huh. None of them have spoilers. Gotcha. I think that's a really good suggestion, Rube, and I'm glad you let me know. But I think I'll just continue with this, and that will be something I will make sure to do once we have finished this game. I'll make sure to go through the escapade. But thank you for letting me know all the same, because I did not actually know those were a thing. Let's resume proceedings. Witnesses, you'll now take the stand. Hello, the 3 Skulkin brothers. I presume you heard the defense counsel summation examination. Oh, yes, Governor. I did, Governor. Yeah, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Poor blimey. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in the trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? They only have them whenever you... They're only for the first game. First of all, it's sad the second game doesn't have something like that, but... That is something good to know. I think I'll stick with this for now, but we can do the side stories at a later point. Was Nash it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out and me loosen the lockets. For example, if I were to finish case next week at hour 3 of stream, you could do a few of those, fill the gap until the 4-hour mark. Yeah, I mean, I'd want to look at those on stream anyways. So unless I was running really late into the stream, I would probably just do them after the 4-hour mark anyways. There's just dialogue. You know what? Let's go at least check one of those out. Special content. Escapades. Play some short extra stories. Okay. In the first of 8 escapades, Ryunosuke finds 2 troublemaking witnesses from his early trial having a battle of words in the defendant's antechamber, leading to a real tongue lashing. Alright. Let's do it. 22nd of November, 3:08 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendant's Antechamber. Honestly, had I known about these sooner, like if I had just poked around the menu sooner, I might have actually tried doing these after each case for better relevance, but oh well. Look at my precious treasure now! Myself I have scrubbed and scrubbed, but the repellent odor of meat will never be repelled from its resplendent surface again. But you have it back in your possession, at least you should be grateful, old man. How dare you! Excuse me, but I'd just like to get at that Zabuton cushion there if I could. Ah. Richard, you miserable military malefactor. This is not over. Incarceration awaits those who would defraud a senior citizen for his precious treasures. Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't. Sorry, Sergeant, but could you just get at that Zabuton cushion there as well? Oh. I won't go to jail, never. Imagine if I did. The very next day, my boy was starved without chain of command in place to provide for him. Using the child, protect yourself. Myself, I call that obstinate cowardice. Really? And who just employed the old poor defenseless senior citizen tactic? The only way to fight an enemy is using underhanded tactics is with a tit-for-tat strategy. I'm sorry to interrupt again, but I just need to get at that Western-style cushion there on the sofa. Enough of this insubordination! What do you want, man? Oh, please, don't mind me. Do my eyes deceive me, or is the wide-eyed criminal from the trial... Is this the wide-eyed criminal from trial before? Wide-eyed perhaps, but criminal... no. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with the seating arrangement of others? Why were you peering under the cushion of this unholstered seat? Oh, well, thing is... Any luck? Did you find it? No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Cosma. You really are a liability, Ryunosuke. Report at once! Have you lost something? Is that it? Yes, we were just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory here when... I realized that my university pin badge was missing. A university pin badge, you say? Yes, from my collar here, you see? Affirmative! Uniform must be kept in prime condition at all times. Missing badge is unacceptable. Thought if I looked around, it would probably turn up somewhere. Like that old tale of the Koban coin and the stake. A parable which I am acutely aware. But I've exhausted my search now, really. The only logical conclusion is that someone must have stolen it. Don't look at me, I don't know any old metal objects here. I don't find any old metal objects irresistible, you know? Imagine what would happen if little Trooper Ido was here as well, something like that. I'm afraid we'll have to give up, Ryunosuke. Still, if you tell the officer your student number, they should be able to issue you a new one. What's the matter? Don't tell me. Yes, I don't remember my student number. I don't believe it. I mean, this is the second time you've lost your badge, isn't it? Third, actually. You didn't think you could remember it? You should have made a note of it somewhere. I told you that until I was blue in the face last time this happened. Ah, yes, I do seem to remember something. Someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, was it? You can't even remember who told you that you needed to remember it. Well, student numbers are 6 digits, Cosmo. Who could remember 6 whole digits? Yume isn't exactly a long-established university, you know. All of our numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits. Well, that might help, I suppose. That might help. Ryunosuke, it's only 3 digits you need to remember. Just 3! Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment. Yes, well, anyway, young man, myself, I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today. Oh, you mean me? A lawyer already before you've even graduated, and such a loyal friend to this one. This one? What's that supposed to mean? Oh no, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in no uncertain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was spectacularly opposed, or exposed by my best friend here. Indeed? What, by me? This first I've heard of it. Yes, by Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely it was last summer at the speech contest. The speech contest? Oh, that. Contestants had to take this to the stage and deliver a public address on any subject they chose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech. Yours was great and made a huge impression on the audience. Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one, my opposition fell. When I reached final at last, I came up against you. Yes, so you did. Not being rude, but when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, this cheeky, wide-eyed no-hoper is out of his depth. He's going to be a pushover. That's your version of not being rude, is it? Well, I paid for my complacency because it brought that humiliating defeat. Defeat? How were your ranks compromised? My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. They hung on my every word. And then, when it came to the very last line... Yes? What happened at the very last line? It was supposed to be a climactic end. Unfortunately, I completely fouled it up. Never. You mean you stumbled on your words? Spectacularly. Even now, I can't believe I ruined it. Well, what on earth did you say, man? Yunosuke, you'd better say it. I still can't get my tongue around it. Sure, of course. I can still recall it perfectly. What you said at the end of your speech, rather. What you intended to say at the end of your speech was this. So rise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight in the fight for filial piety. And what went wrong? What indeed? Myself, I see no problem with that particular phrasing of words. Not the case, old man. I invited you to say it yourself. I invite you to say it yourself. Very well, then I shall. So rise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' blood. It's impossible! So rise, or ladies and gentlemen part I delivered perfectly. But the next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. By the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, a blabbering mess. And that's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise, they're shouting. Hell on earth. But then, of course, this man, man went and delivered his perfect speech with perfect ending. How did it go again? Let me see. So my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your father and mother with respect or something like that. I mean, talk about stating the obvious, but the fact is, I lost to that speech. Tongue-tied is only one way to describe it. Well, it is quite tricky to say. I agree that final fight for filial piety especially. And ever since that day, I've had this question whirling around in my head. Why did our forefathers choose such an awkward phrase? Was it to mock their children? I mean, it should never have been called filial piety in the first place. Ah! At least you're going to Great Britain soon. It might not come up much there. Well, anyway, having lost that accursed contest, I came after you to ask you a question. As I said, you never trip up on your words, I inquired. And you just gave me a broad smile and said, speaking fast is my hobby. I mean, really, what kind of hobby is that? You think you could take your hand off your sword? Besides, it's just a way to pass the time. After that, you started talking at me 10 to the dozen like you were possessed almost. Honestly, you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't. You're right, I really can't. Being fast is just the sort of hobby I'd expect a civilian like you to waste his time on. Well, you have to practice, of course, but there are some simple things to start with, like this famous one, for example. Swift samurai word swipe silently sideways. Ah, yes, even a decrepit tongue and an ailing frame such as mine can find its way around that one. I've no doubt it's just a bit of fun, really. I can't imagine anyone would struggle to say it. Isn't that right, Cosma? Swift samurai. Ah! A blabbering mess by word 2. It's not just samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle sword. That's why I've been busy teaching Ido the finer points of sword play, not this wooden play nonsense private. Don't think of it. Not long after that, we started to attend lecture together, didn't we? We got into that debate about family values in Sukiyaki place, at the Sukiyaki place on campus. Do you remember? Yes, your argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay as usual. I remember it well. Oh, was it? In any case, I swore that I would never let myself forget the shock you gave me back then. And as symbol of how seriously I took that oath, I decided to wear this, my red Hachimaki headband. That's why he's wearing it? Sorry, Cosma. Yes? You've lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. What does your red headband have to do with your oath? Because it will always remind me that of that smug look on your face as you uttered those tantalizing words. What words? You mean another tongue twister? I practiced and practiced until my tongue bled, but in the end I mastered it. Mastered what? Well, I think it's time you heard this. Actually, listen now. Here goes. Red-headed, lead-headed, dead headband. Oh wait. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. There, word perfect, you see. I actually meant to ask you about that, about the story behind your headband, I mean. Well, now you know, so that I'll never forget the shock and humiliation of that day. That's why I wear this red headband every single day without fail. Well, I don't know exactly how much of a shock you think you had back then, but it can't be more than shock you've just given me now. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to have remembered it. Huh? Just as famous as Swiss Samurai Sword, so I can't believe you don't know it, really. It goes red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Wait, what? Bed red ugh! Need to knock some wind out of that headband of yours. Not too late, Private. You could always start wearing a red a red bread pan on your head instead. Your youthful figure manifests, young man. Your cheeks are glowing redder than your Hatsumiki. Why so many words? Why do so many words have to be similar? See, I wasn't being tripped up by the words. I was just being tripped up by my lack of reading skills. So looking forward to Great Britain then, where you'll have to deliver speeches in court in English? I suppose I can always shell seashells on the shore. Headband jump scare. That is great. Also, that was way longer than I expected it to be. Damn. Alright, we can do another one. Yeah, it's basically how all of them are. Some are a lot more interesting than others. This one specifically is about average. Okay, so some are better than others. Oh no. Hey, I want... Why do, like, half of these have shawls? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, half of these have shawls. And they usually contain certain character. Alright, we'll do another one. Picked up January 6, 23 p.m. SS Booty of first class cabin number 1. Almost 2 weeks now since we left Japan. I can't believe how quickly time has gone. A character that may or may not be named Perlakshalm. The next port will be called Well, next port of call will be Shanghai. Who's there? Who could it be at this hour? A detective. A detective who? Great detective. I don't get it. What's a great detective? You would just be so kind as to open the door. Oh yes, sorry, of course. Something wrong, detective? Are you investigating a case? Wherever a great detective goes, a great cases occur. Indeed, I am the root of all evil. Sorry? Then I don't think I want you in my cabin. Under our very noses in the steamship, a terrible theft has just occurred. What? What? You noticed, I presume, the brief power failure a short while ago? Oh yes, the power couldn't have been out for more than 10 minutes, though. Indeed, yet that was ample time for this wicked crime to be perpetrated. I see, well clearly, it's a case that needs investigating. Precisely. The culprit ran away in this direction, down the first-class cabin pathway here. Really, the thief came this way. I'm quite sure of it. I may have escaped the attention of the dim-witted crew, but not the great detective. To that end, I would be obliged if you allow me to investigate here in this cabin. Well? How curious. Is there some reason why it would inconvenience you to have your cabin searched? Convenience me? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. After all, there's a stowaway in that wardrobe right over there. Just me here, you see, no one else. So you might perhaps want to focus your attention on one of the other first-class cabins. As it happens, you are the only first-class passenger at present. The others are vacant. Oh. To that rather tragic rumbling of the stomach. Arise from within you, my good fellow. Of course, as I said, I'm the only person in here. Not long until dinner time, so perhaps we could do this afterwards. I do apologize, sir, but it is of the first importance that the investigation is not delayed. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, where did he go? How did he suddenly move all the way over there? Yes, without a doubt, if the culprit were to be hiding in this cabin, it would have to be inside this wardrobe. I shall need to examine this wardrobe thoroughly. I presume you'll have no objection. Sorry, but I'm going to have to decline. Those two rather tragic sneezes arise from your good self. Of course they did. As I said, I'm the only person in here. You have a cute knack of talking while sneezing, then twice no less. This is going to be a tough one to argue. I was watching you quite intently, sir, and I assure you I saw no signs of a sneeze. Not at all. How could you do this? Ay. Couldn't Ryunosuke have held his nose? As I was saying, I shall need to examine this wardrobe. We've had it now then, the game's up. Huh. Nobody hiding there, it seems. What? He seems surprised. No, not at all. Yes, I am. He wasn't there for sure. I shut the doors on him myself. More visitors? Who's there now? Excusing me. Oh, Seaman Stroganov. Not for disturbing, but crime had been committed on board ship. Yes, I heard a terrible theft, apparently. How do you know this? Oh, well, the detective here just informed me, you see. Detective? Yes, I assume you must have asked him to investigate. Detective, could you... Where did he go? He hopped in, didn't he? I must ask you to cooperate with the investigation into this crime fully. Uh-oh, he's glaring at the wardrobe already. Well done, you found me. What were you doing hiding in my wardrobe? My good man, I was merely assessing the practicality of concealment in such a place. And I would say that at a push, a human could survive up to 5 minutes in that cramped space. Yonosuke's been there for a fortnight. Is he not human? Who are you? Shh, this is the moment of truth. The great detective is about to unveil the sordid details of this wretched crime. You mean to say? Yes, there can be no doubt that the culprit of this terrible theft did indeed conceal himself within this wardrobe. What? But that's impossible, he couldn't have, because my best friend was in there the entire time, or at least I thought he was. How can you be sure of this? Elementary, my dear fellow, the criminal left behind the most revealing evidence. How could you explain these 3 bones? What the? He's right, look at the gnawed bones in there. All 3 of them. The criminal has escaped this time, but I'll find him and crush him. Could I ask you something, detective? Why, yes, of course, I'm delighted to answer an inquiring mind. In this terrible theft, what exactly was stolen? Aha! What else? But some steaks on the rib bone. Meat on the bone, even. Huh? Did you say steaks on... Did you say meat on the bone? For this evening's dinner, 3 rib steaks were stolen from ship's kitchen only short time ago. Bone the meat on reference. There's a malfunction with generator and ship was without lights for 10 minutes. Chef who saw criminal and said he ran way down first class passageway, and now I am on his tail. I'm afraid to say, my dear fellow, that your man is no longer in this cabin. But how? The cabin door, no less. Having devoured his haul in this wardrobe, the culprit discarded his bones and concealed himself behind the cabin door as he came inside. Then, when attention was turned to the wardrobe, he sees a chance to escape through the open door. What? Make haste, my good man, after the culprit. I shall follow presently. It was Sholmes, wasn't it? Something troubles you, sir. I think maybe criminal is not running away at all. What are you suggesting? Now I know where dog is buried, Mr. Asoki. Me? Da, when I think you are culprit, everything is falling into place. Oh. The criminal that disappeared in first class passageway, boned in wardrobe, all clues are pointing their fingers at you. Don't be ridiculous, I would never. Yes, of course. I established at once that you couldn't be the perpetrator of this crime. You did? Why? How are you so sure? My dear fellow, there are but 2 things in this world on which one can rely on with total certainty. What 2 things? First is the word of great detective, and second is the tragic rumbling of an empty belly. Not again. When I first entered this cabin, there did arise from this gentleman a belly rumbling so obviously odiously tragic that it confirmed beyond all doubt that the man had not eaten a single rib steak in some time, let alone 3. Why do I have to suffer this humiliation when I've done nothing wrong? Curses, I'll catch this thief. He cannot have gone far. Indeed, assuming he said it again the post-meal constitutional swim. Well, if you'll excuse me now, my apologies for upsetting your evening. Detective, one moment, please. Yes? That was a most remarkable deduction. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me your name? Ah, quite slipped my mind. You have been talking with the one and only Herlock Sholmes. I see. Well, I'm Kazuma Asoki. I'm a student on my way to Great Britain. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Asoki. Oh, and before I forget, yes, I feel I should warn you. Live cargo is strictly forbidden on this vessel. So you'd do well to conceal the stowaway currently lying low under your bed as carefully as possible. Oh, under the bed? I bid you farewell, Asoki. He's uncovered our secret. I suppose I should have expected nothing less of a great detective. Oh boy. Now then, when did you move under the bed? I thought we'd had it when you'd opened the wardrobe door. Oh, well, it was thanks to that split-second chance you engineered. That I what? You distracted him for a moment, remember? When you suggested that he investigate the other cabins instead. Oh yes, he turned to look towards the corridor, didn't he? Well, I couldn't see what he's doing, of course, but I thought to myself, it's now or never. Da, 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 da. And the next thing I knew, I was under the bed. You really know how to give me a scare, don't you? Anyway, what is all this bathroom steaks, eh? Ugh, sorry about that. I've just been so hungry. Ever since we left Japan, I'm stuck in that tiny wardrobe. Well, you should know you've been splitting all your meals with me. Wouldn't be starving too, surely? Right on cue. And there's that power cut for, wasn't there? For about 10 minutes, it was then. I caught with the most delicious smell. Bone on the meat reference and Shom's sweep. Shom's is quite a rad character. I can never get my read on him. Never mind with Ryunosuke not being the point of view. Honestly, half of me feels like it would have been more funny to have it be pitch black and then Ryunosuke open up really quickly just to hide underneath the bed and then watch from there, but this is more interesting, actually seeing a point of view like this. Like the guy thought to myself, no, it's never... This man just can't help getting himself into trouble. Well, alright, you are hungry, but 3 steaks? Thanks to you, 3 crewmen are going without tonight, I imagine. No, it was just the one. What? I only took 1 rib steak from the kitchen, that's all. But I don't understand. Hey, I'm not that selfish. If I'd stolen 3 steaks, I'd at least have tossed 1 your way. I'm not your pet dog. Well, in that case, who stole the other 2? Do you think... Could there be a ghost on board? I think it was Shom's. A meat-loving ghost? There can only have been a single bone in the wardrobe when Ryunosuke moved to hide under the bed. Which means the other 2 bones could only have been put there by one very flesh and blood person. Shom. Third chat, we become disembodied. We become disembodied. Whose point of view are we looking at? Our own? But what does that mean? Oh god. I feel sick, chat. More sick than trying to look at everything cross-eyed. We are the meat-loving ghosts. Honestly, I think that deserves to go in the books because of how horribly out context it is. We are the meat-loving ghost. Great detective or great mischief maker. Either way, I'd like to spend a little more time getting to know that man. The great Herlock Sholmes. It's just so true. And look, it's just a good out-of-context quote. I didn't know how long these would last, but these are beefy. Also, Sholmes and Natsume sounds like amazing time. One of the better ones in your opinion. Understandable. I'll just be going through all of them in chronological order. Yeah, the one that I just did. I figured as much. That one was a really good one. Gave some nice insight into some stuff. Oh wait. They include unused music? Oh, this is my dream, chat. This is my dream. Oh my god. Most things on deck should have spoilers. Damn, alright. I'll have to take a look at that later, but at least the escapades aren't spoilers. Alright. We'll just stop there, I guess. And no, I did not see... I toggled that on temporarily, but I'm pretty sure I toggled it off, right? Yeah, okay. I didn't see what that looked like. But honestly, yeah. What a freaking time. That is great, though. That was super great, and I loved it. And... I think that's a good stopping point. We got through some of the escapades, which, again, a lot more beefy than I expected, and, leaves us off right at the 4-hour mark of stream. This last case is going to take us so long. It's crazy. Oh, wow. I'm looking forward to it, though. I'm looking forward to everything else. But why am I getting even more bots? I don't know, Rube. It depends. I don't know how much left there is in this case. There's probably a decent amount, but I really, like, I'm just trying to take my time with it. I kind of rushed those first few cases, and while I don't necessarily regret doing that, it is really rough on me. It really is. So I'm trying not to. So I'm trying not to push myself too much. It's hard to tell how long it'll take for me, and considering how beefy cases, you just can't estimate everything. Anything. Yeah, Rube, don't worry. That's why I'm just being more careful and relying less on that. I appreciate you doing your best, but the escapades were definitely a great recommendation, and I'll definitely be using those more in the future, I think. So yeah, with that, I'll be live again with this game next Wednesday, because I do in fact stream this game every single week. I'll be live again this Friday with stuff, and then I will be live this Saturday with finishing off Deltarune Chapter 4. So you can say don't push myself, there are no issues with ending case early in stream rather than ending case on hour 6. Yeah. That I really like to keep to my schedule of at least 4 hours, but going on for a lot longer is pain on one where there's this much voice acting. And also I want to try to work on my accents a bit so I can do some really impressive ones. Will that ever happen? Don't count on it. But if it happens, I think it'd be really funny, especially for the sequel, which we will play eventually. I don't know if I'll play it immediately after this first game, even though I am aware it is very heavily tied to the first game, but that's just something for the future me to figure out and decide on. You know, speedrun VLR in the remaining hours of that stream. Speedrunning that would just be painful until we get to, like, my favorite escape room in the game. And then after that, it would be back to pain. But, yeah. I'm loving this game. That is great. And I think I'll be taking that information to heart more in the future. And we have escapades. We have plenty of escapades to work with. So I imagine even if I take my time very, liberally going forward, it'll probably only at most take 2 more streams in order to get through the case, which is still a lot, all things considered, but yeah. That's, I think, where we are gonna leave off. No big theories, I guess. My crackpot theory of Windabag being shot outside of the storeroom isn't looking as likely, but you never know. I'm not gonna forget. I am not gonna forget whatsoever. Mark my words. We rolled 2 cardboard stay where there were a grand total of 6 or 7 metal pipes. There's 7 metal pipes. We rolled 6 metal pipes in a row, and then there's a metal pipe later. The famous Super Mario Blue Blood theory. You know it. It seems the most promising to me, in my opinion. Ooh, we have quite a few different people we could rate out to today. I don't know, chat. You know, there's someone here who's doing something which I'm curious about. Oh yeah, there's one before the chain. Okay, so yeah, 8 metal pipes. Oh, how the tables have turned with the pipe distribution. What the heck? Here, let's just do another one just to be sure, right? Okay, good. Nature's starting to heal a little. And now, I don't think we're ever beating the chain of 6 metal pipes. Even I versed the odds for no reason. Just to be silly. Look, that's the joy of having a nice little dirty, cheap gambling here that people have dropped hundreds for. Also, Rube, important question. How close are we to the end of Season 3? I must know. I must know. The 97% pipe bomb chance, I would not live to see the end of that. I would be perishing horribly, and so horribly. Like 20? Damn. Yeah, we are just about there. Just about. Well, it's only a matter of a few more streams then, isn't it? But without any further ado, I think it's time we rate out. And we're gonna rate out to 19 now that you checked. You're very on the dot there, Rube. But we're gonna be rating out to Kyoko Katal, who's currently playing the new Five Nights at Freddy's game, Secret of the Mimic. Of course, we have the lovely raid messages, both for subs and non-subs. Have a good day, night, morning, evening, whenever that may be, and I will see y'all again very soon this Friday for more pipe gaming, for some birthday gaming, and of course for I don't know what. I'm not entirely sure what we're gonna do, but probably Xenoblade Chronicles X is gonna be something I do. Probably. No, probably at the tail end, but we'll see. I at least want to get started on Chapter 13 Act 2. Anyways, one last pipe for the road. How was that another metal pipe? Alright, that's my Q10 stream. Bye-bye, everyone!